Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host Blackjack, back once again alongside my co-host Santa, as we are here for some brilliant Rainbow Six Siege X. Yes sir, you heard that right. It is time for some Rainbow Six on this fine Independence Day evening. Santa, how you doing tonight?
Amazing. Thank you so much for that warm welcome and fantastic intro, Blackjack. So I'll be looking forward for a lot of R6 action today. Let's see how these players are gonna take it further and how exactly the show would go on. I'm expecting a lot.
Oh, absolutely. I think we all can, because the teams that are playing tonight, oh, they are some big names in there. But, you know, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. It is, of course, Rainbow Six Siege X, and it is, of course, going to be a fantastic night of that as well. It is the upper bracket finals for those who are, you know, maybe catching up to the tournament status. And, of course, that means that the winners of this match tonight, this best of three, they will go ahead to the grand finals, while the losers get one more chance in the lower bracket round 2. That will be tomorrow. So a full weekend of Rainbow Six, and boy howdy, I'll tell you what, one of the best ways to spend a weekend roundabouts when it comes to esports. Just having your matches, having your teams, and having your favorites play it out for the best in the business. With that said, let's have a look at the brackets.
Yes, indeed, this is where the magic happens. So we are going to witness Team UwU going against Wont tStopPeeking in the upper bracket finals. Now, prior to that, UwU played against Kelvin. That was a 2-0. Allegiance played against Wont tStopPeeking, and we have Wont tStopPeeking right at this stage. Then we also have those lower bracket matches where Kelvin played against Allegiance and proven themselves, and they are waiting for one of the team. That can be either UwU or Wont tStopPeeking. And whoever qualifies from the lower bracket would again compete with the winner in the grand finals.
Absolutely, and mind you, Zero Kelvin, they're going to want to do that lower bracket run, right? That coveted underdog story that all of us casters, and of course all of our viewers at home love. But you know what else that the players and of course the viewers will love? The prize pool. 50,000 INR in total, and half of that, 25k, going to the top spot. Second place getting 15 and third place getting 10. And as of tomorrow, we will know who will get that third place. And on Sunday, mark your calendars, we will know exactly who gets that first and second place. But at the end of the day, and I say this in other esports tournaments as well, it's not just about the money, you know, as a certain Green Goblin man once said very, very long ago. It ain't about the money, Spider-Man. It is about the fun. It is about the sportsmanship. True. It is about the tenacity of these two teams that are here tonight. So, you know what? I think we've teased this long enough. Let's get into the teams that are going to be playing here tonight. The matchup screen, folks. And oh boy, I'm excited for this. It is Wont tStopPeeking versus Team UwU.
Yes, of course. So you must have seen these teams playing in one of the other tournaments, of course, because, you know, pretty popular teams, and they have competed in a lot of tournaments. So we know the team somewhere, and I'm sure, Blackjack, that Wont tStopPeeking or Team UwU must have done their homework against each other, and that's where it's gonna increase the competition. Maybe, you know, take it to the next level. So this could be the stage where Lenovo and Intel is presenting this amazing opportunity via the India's top gamer, Feet Mythpat. So got to see who's gonna be the best team, who's gonna brag the title.
Oh, absolutely. You want, of course, the bragging rights of being known as India's top gamer, right? Well, you're going to have to fight through these 3 maps that are in play tonight.
Oh, yes.
Team UwU have picked up Skyscraper, and on the other side, tStopPeeking have picked up Border. And finally, Nighthaven Labs is left at our decider map. Map number 3, of course. Whether or not we go to map 3 is a different question altogether, but for those who've been following the seed scene in South Asia long enough, you know, seeing these names and these teams in the running tonight, I think an educated guess for a lot of people will be that, yeah, we are definitely seeing map number 3. Now, will I make that prediction 100%? Probably not, because, you know, I don't have a great history with predictions, actually. My old co-caster, Bob Augusta, now if he were here, I would be throwing that question to him immediately, but you know, looking at the maps, Skyscraper, definitely not a map you see too often in the current day of Rainbow Six, especially in other regions like North America, because Skyscraper kind of just hasn't changed a lot or at all in the recent years, right? Consulate got reworked, Cafe got a few map buffs, Border got map buffs. Okay, I'm completely butchering that word, but anyway, you get the point. It got reworks, there have been buffs, there have been changes. Even Lair has been played a little bit more, but Skyscraper's kind of fallen behind, so it's nice to see Skyscraper be brought back in for this matchup.
Interesting to know. So, in Skyscraper, several things to be taken care, particularly the verticality that we look forward for, how exactly the players are going to manage the upside down shots and so on. And with that, here comes the operator ban. Now talking about the teams and the players, from UwU we have DZ, Drushya, Zoomies, Baz and Beat. Oh my goodness, they have done some devastating stuff. To compete with them, from WSP, tStopPeeking, we have Desmond, Buckinator, Vinci, I am Noob, but not Noob for sure, Disciple, and I know what these guys have done. So here's the ban, Frost Demos goes off the mark. So most likely chance we will see a lot of camps and placements, etc, etc. Already Ash, Zofia, and on the other side we have Melusi, Capcan and Mira Lockman.
All right. Looks like we're going to be starting things off on second floor karaoke and tea room as well. Pretty standard side pick from the side of tStopPeeking as they are on the defense to start us off here on I sound almost like Cafe. See, that's what I was talking about when I said that Skyscraper doesn't get played too often. I am almost substituting it in my head for Cafe Dostoevsky. But, you know, jokes aside. Starting off on the defense on the side of Skyscraper, of course, you want to get your standard side out of the way, which is, of course, tea room and karaoke. Now, some people, you know, have contested that before, saying Exhibition and Office is the better site. You know, they're both really great sites. It depends on who actually prefers to play what. I have seen people play the first floor master bedroom site, which, let me be very honest right now, nobody plays, right? So that is one of the beautiful things about Rainbow Six. The other beautiful things are the bans that we have tonight. So the Fenrir ban, to be expected. He is a menace right now on defense, right? But then Frost is something I wasn't expecting UwU to be banning right here, right now. Now, considering the kind of map we're in, a map that does have a lot of vaultable, you know, vaultable rotates, vaultable rooms, props, and whatnot, I kind of get it. You don't really want to have to deal with frost traps all over the place, especially with like three staircases all over the map as well. Windows you need to jump in, and tables you need to vault over, so I do really understand it. At the same time, you've left the mirror in play, and Cobra, oh, I'll tell you what, well, actually, never mind. I took his name, and he died. Baz gets the first kill.
Amazing opening, I would say. There comes the first blood, and with that, a round opening. On the other side, you'll see a little more action about to unleash. I'm kind of wondering how exactly Baz is gonna handle with such a low health, and kind of gonna give an answer. There goes the bar via bot. Look at the vertical. This is what we have spoken about earlier, and kind of like a counter, just a little bit of feed, a pixel connection. Oh no, it's gonna be quite a big transition, and that's a wise decision, I would say. A lot of damage. Buckinator at the verge, but still managed. Does he not so lucky?
That's one second down and a good one at that too. That's the ace off the board. You want that AK-12 gone, and beautiful timing right here from Buckinator. Gets traded for his trouble, mind you, but that is still Drish off the board. The Jackal gone. The repel unsuccessful.
Ooh.
Desmond will take that kill happily. So now it's all down to Baz and DZ trying to push up through backstairs. Oh dear me, the shots are fired, and there goes Baz. One more off the board. It's all up to the Blitz, the lone one standing. He manages to get it down in one of it's a 1v2 still. He's deep inside of Karaoke. He's been seen as well, position given away. So where will you go, Mr. Shielder? As right now all he can really do is hold this corner. He really wants this kill. One kill actually will probably end up opening up a lot for him, but if he chooses to go on the drone, he sees where one of them is. The problem is, the more he moves, the more his feet and his shoulders are going to get exposed, so he has to be careful about this. He's still just playing by that backstairs wall, trying to maybe get in. He has diffuser, but it doesn't matter. Disciple with White Peak inside of T-Room will get the final kill. That is going to be Won't Stop Peeking, starting off with their first round.
Fabulous moves executed, Won't Stop Peeking, took the time, understood, and as soon as got the opportunity, went in and bagged it completely. So while on the other front, we saw the health factor over there kind of like played a major role, I would say. Was so low, could not make a move, and as rightly mentioned by you, did not have a lot of room to work with as well. So as soon as moved, either the feet or the shoulders were visible, and immediately the shots connection. So a lot of things, and pretty well handled. So I'm expecting an equalizer over here, particularly because I've seen UwU playing the way they did and how exactly they go forward for. And if that's the case, if I expect a 1-1, it's going to be quite an exciting match. On the other front, if it goes 0-2, that's a different story altogether. 2 C4s to work with.
Okay. Double C4s. We've got plenty of barbed wire there as well. Of course, Capcan with the explosive IEDs that you gotta watch out for. Of course, you don't want your shins to explode while trying to execute on the site right towards the end of the round. You've seen that be quite the dangerous operator to deal with. A friend of mine that I play with fairly regularly, he falls prey to Capcan concerningly often. So I know exactly how dangerous that operator can be. But zipping into UwU's picks here, I am interested in Baz picking up the Ying. Now, Skyscraper and Ying have an interesting relationship in that this is a map that I have seen Ying get played on far more often than I have seen Ying on other maps. And that is, of course, partly due to the pick of Warden, who pretty much the moment attackers see that there's a Warden in play, any Ying play they want to go for pretty much gets shot out the window, because Warden, with his smart glasses, he can counter flashes and smokes, right? However, Warden isn't in play. We do still have the Mira, yes, but we've seen before that Team UwU is able to shut down Mira. So, there's a little bit of cause and effect happening here as we have the early engagements coming in, potentially speaking. Windows are opened here by Terra's side, and we've got ourselves, okay, interesting, Buckinator on the roam. He's taking a bit of damage, so he's got to be careful about what gunfights he chooses here on out as Disciple falls.
And as we speak about it, an equalizer from both the teams, Desmond definitely makes a big move. And yes, Buckinator really cautious, but that's a quick peek and that's gonna cost them a lot, I believe so. On the statue. Looks like a cat and mouse game that's gonna happen. A lot of stray shots. And I'm sure they are well prepared for the same. The reinforcements working in, the clock ticked down. This is where both the teams quite cautious of each other. They understood that the corners are covered, so not gonna take a lot of opportunity over here. But at the same point of time, time is of essence. The quicker, the better. And here comes a play. So we moving in the same line. The smoke kind of like moving in, but the frag and Buckinator makes a move, but on the other front, unfortunately, 2 down. Drish is the last one standing, makes a last man stand, but he has a formidable opponent, and there we go. Takes a lot of shots, unfortunately goes down. Oh, the unthinkable kind of like happens, sort missing out on a lot of shots. But still, managed something out, and 2-0 on the board. I'm certain it's gonna be 3-0 now.
I mean, if the side of Team UwU keeps peaking like that, then there's certainly a case to be made there, Santa. Because
true.
I will say that Won't Stop Peeking, well, they're true to their name. They will not stop peeking, right? They are a very aggressive team, even by South Asian standards.
Yes.
And I'll tell you this much, that has not changed in the kind of year that I took away from casting, that little break that I had a while ago. So now that I'm back and I'm seeing that this team particularly is playing the same way, it definitely makes my, Siege player heart sing. But for the time being, Team UwU, what does that mean for them? That primarily means that they have got to counterplay this to the best of their ability. We are, of course, on first floor barbecue room and kitchen, I do believe the other part of that thing is called. So you've got yourself a couple of anti-drone operators here coming in from Won't Stop Peeking, right? Specifically, you have the Mozzie, and you can see the Warden counterpick coming in for a potential Ying play again. No Ying this time around. But Team UwU, what did they have? They have one operator who is good for stopping movement. That is the Gridlock Daisy, bringing out that particular operator. Track Stingers are great, don't get me wrong, but I feel like having a Nomad or having more Claymores would do them a lot of good. Otherwise, for now, they only have 2 Claymores on Drish, one of which is already being deployed. So really, it's going to have to come down to, once again, their coordination, their drone placement, but most importantly, their flank watches.
Very well mentioned. It's all about the teamwork and how the coordination goes hand in hand with each other. That's where the magic happens. So, and I have seen Won't Stop Peeking doing it time and again in several of the plays. So to counter that, of course, who has to come up with a better plan of action. Otherwise, it's kind of like a result that we know. Now talking about the map, the verticality again working in the favor, covering around the corners. Ooh, that's gotta be a big one, and it happened as well. I thought it would be Baz, and yes, he goes down in the hands of Disciple as well. A 5v3 scenario, and you know what, Blackjack, I'm expecting Desi to go down as well.
He just might. This Gridlock on top floor has to be careful. He's got support now from the Twitch. Drish coming in onto Geisha window. And of course a hatch that could be breached as well, but they only have one Selma on the ace. And oh dear me, that track Stinger just stopping Disciple in his tracks. He knows if he decides to go up that, he's gonna get stung, and he can't afford to step on those Legos right now. All he needs to do is fall back, and that's exactly what he will do. Playing the vertical against them in this angle is not exactly the best idea, but wait a minute, there's another one up here. He's gonna go down. Cobra with one, but never mind. Oh, the Capcan traps, You have to be so careful about that, as Beat has just found out, much to his own detriment. That's a down, that's a kill. You do not contest a shotgun at that range, as Disciple has just shown. But the SMG-12 will not ring out. Drish gets one more. It's a double kill for him, but he has to pretty much ace clutch the round if he is to win it for his team and give them something to chew on right now. And that is going to be so very, very difficult, especially given the time, 35 seconds on the clock.
Oh, the contestant and Drish about to go all in and so low on health. Had it been a little more, could have taken him down entirely. And there we go, goes down in the hands of Akinator. Quite a bit of explosion. I did not look in for the trap that have been spent, and wow indeed. What a play again from Won't Stop Peeking, and as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, they won't stop peeking. And the aggressive play, that too being the defenders. Come on, come on, a little more.
Well. We find ourselves at the final bans for the first half here. Capcan and Blitz are going to be taken off the board. The Blitz ban I do understand to a certain extent, even though, personally I would have probably gone for the Grim, but hey, that's just a suggestion at the end of the day. Capcan, I get it. Cobra definitely is not going to be, not Cobra, I should say, Beat is not going to be feeling that at the moment, as despite taking that beautiful kill onto Cobra in the previous round, still got taken out because Capcan traps, again, they litter the floor. There are things you need to watch for. So, Won't Stop Peeking, 3-0. Very, very good position to be in right now. If you're a Won't Stop Peeking fan in the chat, let us know. But on the other side, Team UwU, the concerns are growing indeed as they find themselves 0-3 down. Now, the thing about Skyscraper, right, is that it is considered a defender map to a certain extent. more so than others, specifically because of what we're seeing here. Right? There are so many corners, so many areas that defenders can just hide in, where you just cannot clear them off. There's so many flank routes, so many places that, you know, anyone can just crop up from out of the woodwork, and that's exactly why it's a map that Won't Stop Peeking certainly loves to play on. I feel like that, at least it used to be the case, and it seems like it still is. Though, then that brings up the question, Team UwU were the ones who picked this map, knowing Won't Stop Peeking's playstyle potentially. So this certainly lends credence to the question, did they premeditate this? Do they have a plan? And whatever it is, they gotta bring it out ASAP.
Talking about the plan, so what I feel is like if the first 3 rounds were kind of like a trial run, maybe like, you know, you do a little bit of error here and there, and while talking about the same bars kind of like not in that say, ooh, I kind of like expect around the corner, maybe while checking around kind of forgot, probably happens in the heat of the moment, but then beat also falls for the same. This is like 2 in a row, and the third about to fall down, but that's a quick peek, and the third as well. Come on, what's happening, UwU? Okay, now I really can't say that Blackjack, that it's kind of like a trial and error play. It's like a lot of, again, I'm sorry to say this, but I feel like, you know, a lot of miscommunication is happening. Because when you see that there is a trap set, you need to pass on the information and look how the diffuser carrier and going down, beat, taking a lot of beat, goes down.
Oh dear. On the floor, and you just lost. Wait, actually, you've gotten 2 bodies in return. Daisy and Boss coming around, finding 2 defenders of their own, beautifully done so, and there's verticality happening right now because of Melusi down below is being a bit of a nuisance. The Doc comes around and is able to heal himself back up to full health. The Ash was bleeding out on the floor, gets revived, good stuff. Now that is what we like to see, but that is not what you want to happen right there. Desmond is just able to push out that back door and get the kill onto Thrish. Flank watch once again failing a little bit because we do have a pivot coming in from the gridlock. Baz has decided he wants to push towards this backstairs door. The problem with that is there's a mirror facing you down, and this here brings up my other point. The ban, that third ban that they so desperately needed to take out Mirror in, they decided to take Capcan out, and they are paying the price for it. We just saw Baz go down. Now Daisy falls as well. It's all up to, oh no, a team kill. Maybe not at the most opportune time, but it's all down to Daisy, the last one standing. The Flores on drum door. Wow. Beautiful headshot from Desmond. He's going to take that kill. And that will make it 4-0 to the side of Won't Stop Peeking.
Yes, of course, 4-0. And now DZ, Drishya, Zoomies, Bars and Beat, they have to buckle up. And yes, as mentioned by you, this is a defense-centric map. So probably being the attacker, something is not working in the favor. Whatever it be, if they are able to counter it as fast as they can, and as quick as they can, it's better for the team in terms of the score. Because making a comeback, facing Won't Stop Peeking, probably getting 4 rounds, one after the other, I don't really see that happening. And you're gonna face 3 C4s, they can, and not to forget the other reinforcements and the wires. A lot of challenges for UwU. Okay. Let's look at the other scenario. It's the first map of the best of 3. So maybe if this map goes off their hand, they still have the other chance. But then winner takes all sort of scenario can also be happening because the winners will always have the boost and Won't Stop Peeking. As I know them, once they get a victory in a map, they are going to make it pretty difficult for the opponents.
That is actually really true, right? Won't Stop Peeking, they've got all the momentum right now. 4-0 up. There is very little actually stopping them because, again, I'm not seeing those signs of life from Team UwU that I was kind of expecting. At least I would say that given the names on that team, especially someone like Drish and Beat and Dizzy in there, you would expect them to be firing off a little bit more soundly than that now. However, that just hasn't been the case. And I like the ideas that they're presenting us. The verticality with the Ash from down below, of course. You see Buck do that usually, but with the R4C, that just makes it more deadly. You've got the IQ coming in along with the Twitch. That's a partner of gadgets that will allow them to find these cameras, these mirror windows, and shut them down, right? So there's good ideas from Team UwU, absolutely. It's the execution that keeps failing them, whether it is the fact that they lose their gunfights at the worst possible times or their flank watch completely fails them. That kind of just has been the case here, and tStopPeeking, well, they're going to take full advantage of that. You do not give a defensive team any kind of inch on Skyscraper because they will then take a full mile. We've got red pings coming out all over the place as the drones are in. Ooh, C4 just barely missing Desi, putting him down to half health. But he's still alive, and more track stingers are going to be deployed. That is what matters here right now for Team UwU. Never mind. Disciple just goes up backstairs, gets one. Vinci with another. Two bodies drop, and the attackers are once again looking worse for wear.
And the next one following DZ almost. Oh no, he made it happen with Vinci off the mark. That can be a bit of trouble, and this would be a round victory for UwU if they manage to get Buckinator and Desmond off the mark. But that's kind of like a speculation we are going on with. Now, got to see if DZ can make it happen to right around the corner. But a quick peek, this is going to be a troublesome matter for sure. Looking for the corner. There comes the Util. He looks for it, goes for it, bags and bam. Down to a 3v3, an equalizer sort of scenario. Let's go Team UwU, rooting for you. I want them to win this round. But then again, fell for the trap.
Okay, two bodies right there. Dizzy actually finding one through that same breach that he just made, which is good, but the problem is both of them are on that Dragon Terrace, and you don't want to bunch up on that door, especially with the goo mines all over the place. The Legion is still alive. He's got one more to go as the shots will be fired, but no, the mirror will miss. It's all down to Buckinator, who gets one. It's a 1v1 now, and they don't know his position. Drish thought he was still on the stairs, but he'd pushed up to the desk already. And that will be the 1v2, a quick clutch right there from the Legion. Well played indeed. And Buckinator will pull a rabbit out of the hat right there for his team. Make it 5-0. And, you know, even though this is a Defenders at a map Santa, and the fact that, you know, after this round, round 6, Team UwU, they'll be going to defense in the second half, round 7 onwards. They... I mean, if you're 1 and 5 down, and ideally right now, UwU wants to win this round and at least give themselves something, right? But you're 1 and 5 down. You have like almost no momentum to start with. You're pretty much looking at the defense to do a reverse sweep if possible. If not, map 2, and map 2 is tStopPeeking's pick, right? So, right now, UwU really is just looking kind of down and out. Well, not out per se, but you get what I mean, right?
Of course, have to look forward for the same. And I'm actually going through a lot of thought process, like, why this kind of performance, particularly like 0 to 5. And yes, a lot of things I have to agree. It's a defense-centric map. You're facing a tough opponent, a big stakes game, etc., and another. But at the same point of time, you have faced these opponents quite good number of times in a lot of tournaments. So somewhere down the line, Team UwU, I'm sure they know the play style, they know the players, of course. So where did the myth happen? So the team has, you know, discuss and then find out. And particularly in a round like this, where a player misses on the trap, gets caught, and look at how it's been taken care of. That's troublesome, so watch. But still, I'm expecting something out of it. But if this round goes off their hand, I don't know, man.
Yeah. It's going to be tough to say the least. We've got another demon in the shins of the Flores this time around. He's going to be in the bathroom just taking it out of, you know, his foot. You can't afford to have that thing in there, that's for sure. But the long peek comes in, beautifully done by Desmond. He will get the headshot. Bass falls on the other side, and it is just looking worse and worse by the second for Team UwU, as they are now in a 2v4 situation. It's all down to Desi and Dizzy. right now, and I'll tell you what, definitely sounds like a pair of twins right now, Desi and Dizzy. But C4's out. Will that catch someone? Not yet. He's actually not going to blow that one off. Desmond, he chooses to hold that in that position. If anybody goes back to Geisha, well, you know exactly what's about to happen to that player, as we have a potential vault in, and Vinci is just gonna watch his back carefully. So there we go, vault in there, but he's gonna get his head taken off. Dizzy, that is gonna fall. It's all up to, well, never mind, it was for a second up to Daisy, who will also get taken out. SMG-12 fires off, and guess what, folks? It is the dreaded 6-0 to start us off here and now on the map of Skyscraper. We have ourselves an insane round differential to start things off, as tStopPeeking will now go on the attack, Team UwU will now go on the defense, and we're going to have the second set of bans for this map.
Yes, of course, is Azami. And talking about the rounds that's gonna happen, these are going to make a big time difference, I would say. So there was a time, oh, Thermite and Mira, so no mind Thermite charges, and with Mira off, I'm kind of like expecting what the pick would be from tStopPeeking, because they have been quite good with it. So here comes the answer. Doc, Melusi, Lucian on one side, Dokebi in action. I'm kind of like excited for that. Hibana, Twitch, Buck, Nomad. Let's go. We have Bant and Smoke in. Alright, now being the defenders, since it's the map for them and it's their pick, can UwU make an impossible comeback? Because I see a very teeny tiny percentage of chance for them to make the 6 rounds. I mean, way too much positivity, I would say. But at the same point of time, what goes, man? We are watching the beautiful game of Rainbow Six Siege, so let's expect something out of it.
I mean, I will tell you what, right now, it is certainly not looking good for Team UwU, right?
I agree.
Even though this is a defender-sided map, say they take a couple rounds, they can look forward to map number 2 with like, okay, we took a couple runs off of them, and you know, tStopPeeking, they won't have a very easy time when we get to the second map against us. That might be the mental game for them right now. Preserve your stamina, preserve your thought process. But the longer a game of Siege goes, the harder it gets to think clearly. At least, I think anyone who's played 4-4 overtime on ranked can certainly attest to that one. However, looking at this situation right now for Team UwU, wait a minute, actually, hold on, Dizzy just fell. Not sure where exactly that happened, but that's a bandit on the board. Beat falls as well. Buccaneer with that kill. Where is this happening? It is happening towards this entry side of Laundry in reception. And guess what? You've lost 2 massive defenders, especially Dizzy, who has been getting good shots off on the gun so far. But guess what? He's no longer in the running. And with a whole 2 minutes left, that's 120 seconds that tStopPeeking has to completely secure themselves on this map. Here come the flashbangs. And that's going to force out the player in Geisha. And again, that's just more room being taken that UwU cannot afford to lose right now.
Oh my goodness, lot of speculations and a lot of utilities to work with. I see Drish moving in, so kind of like expecting a play, but Drish kind of like got into a bind and pass. Time in, man, otherwise this apple could have taken a lot of the mark. Desi on the other side has a very good angle, I would say. 4v3 scenario with Desmond and Baz both low on health. They may not take the frontal assault, but Baz back and full. A 3v4 scenario. So UwU, it's an all-in game for them. Nothing to lose. If it's the other way around, it's a map loss, and they will have to go again in the next 2 maps. So yes, the last 60 seconds countdown. What would be the move? They are kind of like playing the time game over here, and tStopPeeking, I don't think they are going to make an aggressive move. Not at least till the last 15 seconds or 20.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have to, right? It's a defender's game right now. I mean, at the end of the day, UwU would be, hopefully making that decision. But tStopPeeking, they are going to actually push up. And there we go. Desmond gets one. That's huge as well. Baz to fall. Your smoke gone, so you can't even delay them any longer. Drish gets one. Daisy gets another. Wait a minute. This can be huge. They've taken 2 big bodies off the board. Most importantly, the Blackbeard is down, and Desmond is low on health as well. He's going to fall. It's a 1v2 once again. This time, all down to Cobra. He's trying to get in to Karaoke. He will be successful, but he doesn't have Diffuser either. He's got 15 seconds to make this work, and an ARX in his name. Shots will be fired. The Doc is seen. He's going to do a bit of damage to the Rish right now, but look at this. The Goyo is waiting for the vault, and wait a minute, he'll still get caught. 3 seconds remaining. He has to find the Doc, who is going to run away. Beautifully done right there. As UwU, I mean, they managed to get around, but it is by the skin of their teeth. However, I think they're going to take that with confidence, because guess what? It is still a first round for them, and a much needed one at that.
So the time factor that they worked, playing the time kind of like not worked in the favor. And yes, a round victory. So now that they have one round, oh, bringing the Santa Cup, please. Dokevi in action. Alright, so if UwU can capitalize on the situation with the momentum they have gathered, bag another victory, probably the teeny tiny percentage chance that I have spoken a little while ago might become a little more. And assessing the drone for the while. That's a funny move to watch. So yes, keeping the last round in mind, I kind of like expect tStopPeeking to make a bit of aggressive stance over here. Never mind if they go all in, guns blazing, you know, all cylinders. A lot of things, a lot of possibilities are there. So just waiting for the beginning, and the reinforcements are not gonna make it easy for them.
I will say though, in terms of the operator selection, tStopPeeking has so far done, I would say, a better job at getting which attacking operators they really need on the board as fast as possible. We had the Blackbeard in the previous round, and again, he's one of those operators that you really just don't want to leave in the running, much like Mira, much like Fenrir or Azami. You want to get rid of him as soon as possible. However, there is, of course, the case of the Dokkaebi, who is still in play, right? This time, the Disciple picking up that operator, and those global logic bomb calls that she does. Again, still don't know why, you know, Spec Ops operatives decide, hey, let's just keep our phones on vibrate while we're doing all this stuff. Regardless, the fact is, those phones ringing, that's going to be position going away. That's intel, and Dokkaebi's passive, where she can take over defender cameras, that's also huge. But guess what's huge right now? Cobra taking damage, not exactly sure from where, but that striker, or recruit, as they used to be called, is going to have to be careful about the gunfire they choose to make. Ooh, Disciple gets one. That's a trade, actually, never mind. Drish and Disciple trading with each other, and only one logic bomb call had gone out. That means no more logic bombs, and most importantly, defender cams are safe. They will not be hacked because the Dokkaebi has fallen.
But no, Dokkaebi, it's not gonna be easy, that's for sure. But we have seen UwU making some crazy moves, and I know for sure they will go further for the same. And on the other side, tStopPeeking, they are playing it a bit cautious. Cobra low on health, so of course, no frontal stance. And we still have a bit of hope, but with Disciple off, who would support Vinci, because that's what happening. These players have been playing together. Cobra, Desmond, both fall right for Daisy, followed by Vinci. Now this is not looking good. The Buckinator all alone. It's been a 4K, but no, Daisy gets the best out of, and here comes the second victory for the team. And I would say it's a big one for sure, because slowly they are creeping back into the game. So if you see 3-6, let's not be surprised.
That I will certainly agree with you on. If it ends up being a 3-6, UwU certainly will have stolen the momentum away from tStopPeeking. However, I will say that tStopPeeking had a good chance of actually controlling that round. The body count was equalized for a long time. No one really had an advantage or disadvantage per se, other than the fact that, you know, the time was ticking down in favor of UwU, right? The secret sixth defender, as the CJX community likes to call it, because at the end of the day, until that diffuser is planted on the floor, the time ticks for well, against the attackers, right? And
Yes.
that's what the Tanner is pretty much doing. UwU, or at least the defenders, they can just sit there. They don't have to do anything. The bombs, they are there to secure them, right? And the attackers are the ones that have to go in there and then do the defuse, and then there's the counter defuse and all that
10
good
seconds
stuff.
left before
So,
insertion.
UwU playing the clock beautifully so, but most importantly, he had
Swapping
that
mates.
flank from the Legion right towards the end of the round. That is what I've been talking about. Flank watch. That is so very important. This time, tStopPeeking have decided to double down on the shielders, Disciple and Cobra, bringing in the Blitz and the Blackbeard respectively. I'll tell you what, as a caster, sure, I love to see it because it means chaos, but as a player, oh, I would have some choice words to say if I were playing against this team right now. However, let's zoom back into the game. We have ourselves a potential kill, maybe? No, not quite, but there may have been a peek on that upside down repel. Vinci will find one, and that's Baz, the smoke off the floor.
Yes, of course, indeed, a lot to work with, and they have covered the angles. That's what kind of like fascinating me. Won't stop taking, making it possible from the other side. But Drish says no for Disciple. This is a fall that can happen. Vinci slightly in trouble, but on the other front, look what Cobra did. That opening was necessary. Now it's a side entry point, and I would definitely say that Beat could be the next one to fall down. Gotta see if that can happen. Good placements, but Cobra slightly in a troublesome matter, and he goes down in the hands of Beat. I thought it would happen the other way around. And you know what, Blackjack, I kind of see 3-6 happening unless Desi or DZ kind of like falls down.
That I agree with you on. Shots fired from the vertical as DZ will fall on the other side. Vinci getting that kill, and a much needed one at that. The Mozzie was in a prime position to flank just a couple seconds ago. However, they've been taken off the board. But guess what? Verticality is now the name of the game. Beat and Daisy, they are above on the second floor. Tea Room, Karaoke, Geisha, they're playing around these soft floors. Grenades are being thrown to kind of force them out of that right now. As you can see, Vinci wants to go in for the plant, and he's going to do so just now. Captain's going to fall. Beautiful shot from Buckinator, and it's all up to Beat, who will get taken down. Desmond with that kill right at the end there. Again, you can have all the verticality you want, but if you lose your inside operators, and there's really not much you can do after that. Well played to Won't Stop Peeking, as they have
No, it's gonna be quite a big condition, and that's a wise decision, I would say. A lot of damage, but
for this particular map. But fellas, that is map number 1. Team UwU, their pick was Skyscraper, and they have just lost it 2-7 to the side of Won't Stop Peeking.
ooh, that's a big one, of course, and a lot of play. So it kind of like, boiled down to the point where if you have the corners, if you know the map, that's where the magic happens, and a lot of things can be covered, particularly when DZ was completely suppressed, I would say. Look at the way they approach the entire angle. So this is where the beauty happens from Won't Stop Peeking. They are known for the corners. They know the maps. And I've seen that happening in multiple tournaments, not just here or on the prior one. Okay, back into here. Buckingham getting that from us, and that was like a match-changing kind of moment. And I was like kind of certain Drish most likely would take that 4K. But then again, at times it would be Desmond for the rescue, or maybe Vinci. And on the other side, it is either Buckinator and Disciple, and Cobra being Cobra doing his stuff. A lot of team play, for sure, I would say.
Absolutely. I think the biggest thing is the fact that we had so many attack rounds that really should have been taken by Team UwU, or at the very least contested harder than they ended up being, that they simply ended up losing on, right? A lot of flanks that simply were not watched properly, whether it was, like for instance, this one coming up, this highlight in here. You're going to see Desmond just push up this drum door that Buck was watching just a second ago, and you had 3 people alive. You had Daisy, Baz, and Dizzy, who one of them could have actually held down that door while the Buck decided to peek Geisha, but no one did that. No one watched that flank, no one watched that movement, and you ended up paying the price for it. That's kind of been a highlight, or kind of a theme of this particular map for Team UwU, whereas like there are these moments where looking back on them, or even in the moment, you kind of immediately think, okay, are they covering me? Am I, safe, or am I being watched over? And that just hasn't really been the case for them, which kind of leads to the scoreline you end up seeing, 0-3, 0-4, 0-5. And the longer that goes on for, the more that breaks your mental game, the more that breaks your mental fortitude. And of course, that just cascades into more and more mistakes at the end of the day. And you can even see, Wont getting a little bit more confident, or overconfident, I should say. For instance, here you have the ace who went to breach the mirror window, and Disciple decided to peek out of that rotate that they made for the mirror, which I'm not sure why you would do that in that moment, right? You'd rather back off and let the ace come to you. But anyway, criticisms aside, Won't Stop Peeking. Beautiful first map from them. 7-2 against Team UwU, and they are certainly in the driver's seat. But folks, this is a best of 3, and we are far from done, I'll tell you what, because we still have a second map, and we'll get to that in just a moment. But for now, we have the we have the scores for each individual player, and you can really see from Team UwU, a lot of them similar performances. Unfortunately, not quite enough, while on the other side for Won't Stop Peeking, they certainly had a better time of it, I'll tell you that.
Yes, of course, indeed. So 1-0 with the lead. Definitely Skyscraper was a map where Won't Stop Peeking made their mark. And that actually surprised me that it's a pick by UwU. And I was like confident that, okay, it can be a map for UwU. And then WSP, Won't Stop Peeking may make a comeback and border and will go forward for Decider and things like that would happen. But now I'm kind of like looking the other way around. So got to see how the match is going to happen. And yes, talking about about the numbers a little bit, like beautifully executed play, I would say. And a lot of times we have seen the team Won't Stop Peeking doing that crazy stuff which they have been doing a lot of times in a lot of tournaments. And again, I would say that, Team UwU kind of like they know this kind of play style. And I'm surprised to see that either they didn't come prepared, or during the map or the match, they were not ready for it.
I think it's probably a mixture of both, right? Because this is a best of 3. You're playing just a day. You're coming in. You've got cold spectator hands if you haven't warmed up properly. Or even if you warmed up in something like the training range, it's still not quite the same as playing it all the way through, right? You still have to kind of figure out what exactly it is that's going wrong, and then, adjust accordingly. And that just wasn't the case for Team UwU. Now, this is still a best of 3, of course. Some teams I've seen, they just spend their entire first map figuring out what their opponents are doing and how to counter it. Then they go into map 2, and then they win map 2, and then we have map number 3. I've seen it before, and we'll probably see it again. Whether or not that's tonight, of course, that ball is in the court side of... Okay, sorry, lawnmower just started up behind me. I don't know exactly who's cutting their lawn at this hour, but alright, sure thing. Point notwithstanding. What was he saying again? Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Team UwU, whether or not they have that strat in mind of taking map number 1 to figure out what their opponents are doing and then playing accordingly, well, I'll tell you what, it's risky, especially now that you are 0-1 down, because if map 2, which is border, by the way, for those who might be unaware, it is the pick of Team Won't Stop Peeking. So if Won't Stop Peeking wins border, that's it. You're done for the night. You're going into loser's bracket, and you have to play it again tomorrow. Of course, that is the second chance that we will see whether or not happens. But folks, we will be, of course, getting into map number 2 in just a hot minute. Will Won't Stop Peeking win, or will it be a map 3 extravaganza? We will figure it out. Until then, we're going to be taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the Lenovo and Intel presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. I'm your host Blackjack, back again alongside my co-host Santa, as we are back for this beautiful best of three. And I gotta tell you, I didn't acknowledge it at first, Santa, but I gotta say, nice hat, beautiful red and white, as we love to see. But we are, of course, also here to talk about this matchup between tStopPeeking and Team UwU. We just finished map number 1 a short moment ago, and of course, we're going to have a look at the statistics of that map before we go into the second one. Skyscraper, it was a win for tStopPeeking, and a decisive one at that, as they won 7-2, and I'll tell you what, the stats definitely show it.
Yes, of course, a lot of impressive numbers, particularly from tStopPeeking. Look at that, man, 87s, a lot of 87s, I would say. And then the first kills, that's where the entire, how to say this, the plan has been laid out and derailing the momentum of your opponents. And that's where kind of like UwU struggled a lot as well. While they managed a bit of KD here and there, but it was not too much to work with when you compare it with Desmond, where you see 13-5, Buckinator 7-7, and Cobra kind of like fell short, I would agree, but at the same point of time, Cobra was kind of like playing that support sort of role, and then you see the other two doing the magic that they have done. And on the same line, let me give you a little bit of update that Beat is out and is replaced by Zedex. I'm looking forward for this guy because I have seen Zedex playing a lot of times and I know what this guy can do. Combine that with DC and Desi, get ready. I'm expecting something in this match.
Oh, I'll tell you what, I am as well. Desi, Zedex, feel like they were obviously a different team at some point beforehand, but now here they are for Team UwU, and they are certainly going to need it. Beat getting swapped out is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is at the end of the day. If things don't work out for you, well, you make the change and you adapt. That's what we've been saying for this entire time when it comes to this best of 3 in Rainbow Six. And of course, it's true for esports in general. What's more important, of course, is having that fun factor. And hey, if you're not having that fun, it's better to take the bench and wait for your turn once again. Zedex, I'm definitely happy to see coming back here as well. I want to see what they have in store for us and what Team UwU has in store for us, because again, it will be very soon map number 2, folks, which is Border, and that was picked by the side of tStopPeeking, who will start off on the attack when it comes to this particular map. So let's not waste any more time, let's get right into it. And just to reintroduce these 10 players to you once again, from Team UwU we have Dizzy, Drish, Zoomies, Baz, and Zedex, and from the other side of tStopPeeking we have Desmond, Buckinator, Cobra, Vinci, and Disciple. The first bans are coming out, and interestingly enough, we have a Nomad ban alongside the Azami, and then we have the second bans coming in from both sides. And like we said before, tStopPeeking, they are attack, UwU, they are on defense, and as the timer ticks down, we will see who they have decided to take off from this first half. It is going to be the Blackbeard and the Mira.
Quite an interesting, because right in between, I saw the cams. I mean to say Valkyrie was kind of like there, but then it got swapped, and oh my goodness, man, Ash looks so cute on the cap. Let's go, Ash. With the KB and Ace together, I mean, I told you, I'm a sucker for skills. And this is where I kind of get distracted. I get back into the game. Let's talk about reinforcements. Now we have tStopPeeking from the attackers end and UwU from the defenders end. So got to see how exactly they are gonna pave against this kind of like assault, because we have seen what tStopPeeking has done. Be it defenders or be it attackers, I kind of like felt surprised a lot of times that are they really playing as defenders? Because you know the aggression with which they have played, or maybe you know the calculated approach, be it the plan execution, etc. It's like completely on point. So got to see how Border is going to work for them and how UwU is going to defend it.
Second floor armory, the site of choice. I mean, to be expected. as it is border, and that is the best site in this map. I think that's pretty much a non-contested take. On the other side, looking at tStopPeeking's overall pick here, very intel heavy, as you have, of course, the extra drones of the Twitch, the menace that she is, going to spot out, I believe that was either the Mute or the Goyo towards the east side stairs. You have the Mute General, of course, that Twitch can take out, as well as the shots will be fired just to take maybe someone's head, just get a pot shot or two going, but for now, no dice. On the other side, of course, speaking of intel, you've got Dokkaebi with her logic bombs. We saw exactly how useful she can be, but here's the Grim as well. Kawan Hives, the bees, not the bees. Reloading! As those, of course, are so very good at flushing out defenders from those corner positions and finding live targets, especially if you're stepping into the hive itself. Shots fired this time from Zedex, playing the long corridor with the ACOG here on this gun, this very old gun that she uses. But for now, we have balance position going away. We have a push position coming in on the hallway. Wait a minute, Desmond, where are you going? He's going to be found. He's going to be killed. As Daisy in the meanwhile taking a ton of damage on the other side.
A lot of damage indeed. Pass waiting, yes indeed, being picked up. Daisy's kind of, oh no, that's a troublesome matter. Pass. Gotta take care. But on the other front, that's a C4. That's a C4. Let's go. It's gonna get exciting indeed. And Disciple is the one to go down most likely. But laid a lot of damage. There we go. Buccaneer walls in for the rescue. This is where I dread for the Thomas for the play. What a lovely execution. SMG in action. I'm expecting Drish to make a mark over here. But seems as if Disciple on the other front attempted, denied heavily. It's all up to Buccaneer to get this 2K, but the shotgun play laid a lot of damage. It's all up to Drish. SMG, Vector in the hand. Got to see, it's a lot of firepower to take care of. And there goes one. He got trapped a little bit. Fantastic move from Buccaneer. This is kind of thing I'm looking forward for. Water takes him down. Wow. Why would you peek the same angle twice? Oh man, that was slightly troublesome to watch. But Buccaneer being Buccaneer got around for the team. Let's go.
I gotta say, really well played from Buccaneer in that last moment, getting the 1v2, getting the clutch for the team.
Yes.
It was a 2v4 actually. It wasn't just Buccaneer who was there. I believe it was Disciple as well who pulled their weight, getting a couple of kills of their own. So really good stuff coming in from both of those players, the Dokkaebi and the final operator, of course. But I have to say, tStopPeeking, that was a round they should have won, and they'll be thinking the exact same thing going into round number 2 here. They definitely should not have lost that, because it all came down to mistake after mistake, a cacophony of errors from the side of Team UwU. As guess what, you just cannot afford to do that, especially the Goyo at the end. He had diffuser, he popped his canister, right, got the flames on that part of the map, so now Twitch can't push you, right? She's forced to stay on the door where you have advantage because you can go around waiting room, you can stay safe.
Objective is to locate a bomb and
really, the Buccaneer just decided to go for the peek on East Stairs that second time just to check if the Goyo was going to fall back or not, probably through an audio cue. And that's exactly what the Goyo did, giving away pretty much his entire body because, again, that's a top-down angle. The player above will see you before you see them. And that unfortunately resulted in the round loss right there because wholeheartedly, if you ask me, I feel like the Goyo could have held out for a lot of that round. But right now, Thresh is taking damage right now. Not exactly the best thing to do if you're the Goyo. You have a very powerful gun in the Vector. However, you'll still be alive, which is what matters for the team.
Desmond was definitely lucky, I would say, and yes, I have to completely agree with you. A lot of things, and here comes a big move. Desmond can get into big time trouble. It seems as if the corner was not checked, and no opposition at that point. That is kind of like surprising for me. A quick entry. Trish is low, but makes a point, and Desi on the other front. There we go. This is what we have been waiting for. And Desmond, I thought so that was not checked around, but it was for sure. That could be a round for UwU. He's in play. Got to see if they can make it or not. But Vinci could be the force who can make and change things around. Daisy on the other front. Attempted, heavily denied. Cobra being Cobra. Taking a lot of damage. Got to be cautious. I'm expecting a big one from Vinci and Disciple, but unfortunately Disciple goes down. That's not supposed to happen. DZ getting the best out of it. Seems as if Blackjack this round is almost into the name of UwU, unless Vinci and Buckinator being themselves does something big. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. It's a 1-1. And as we thought so, kind of like Border is paving the path, unlike the prior map where it was like a total domination of Won't Stop Peeking. This is a slight change. Good to see an equalizer right in the beginning.
Credit where credit is due. Team UwU played that almost perfectly. A flawless round, no bodies dropped whatsoever. And that is exactly what you want to see. That kind of round is so healing for your mental game, especially in a situation where you are in a big disadvantage. Now, Border, of course, is a map that is kind of more evenly split than Skyscraper is. Skyscraper tends to lean heavily towards the defenders. Border, not so much. I remember back when Border used to be considered an attacker-sided map, even to a certain extent, and that was, mind you, after the buffs that it got that changed it to this version of Border that we know and love today. First Floor Bathroom being the site of choice, this, of course, is one of those sites that became really popular because of its overall flow. You can hold down the hallway from just sitting in the bathroom with the extension into Workshop. And of course, you have the footholds leaning into the workshop extension hallway as well. So a lot of areas where you can hold, you've got a lot of verticality, which leads to a lot of freedom of movement for the defenders, and that's something they will always love. Shots fired right there. That was from Disciple, who might have had a little bit of an inkling of an idea that, hey, someone might be in the waiting room, but not to be for now, as that is just a little early tease of gunfights in the future.
Of course, 2 on the second floor, 3 waiting on the first, on the workshop, and the tellers are also covered, my bad. So this kind of like looks a better plan compared to the earlier map, or maybe the prior rounds, I would say. Not on this one, but on the prior map. So UwU definitely getting into the groove. And you know what? This World War II weapon, that stun in the hands of bars, can make a big time damage. Huge one. And Blackjack, I have been itching to say this. Whenever I see Border, want to talk about it, Buckinator, what happened? Okay, we've spoken just about the weapon, and Bars made the best out of it. Okay, whenever I see Border, it immediately triggers something in my head. The 99 Bollywood movie Border. I kind of like don't know why I relate to that. And you know what? Today being Independence Day, the players making play in the Border map, and one after the other won't stop peeking, falling in their hands. Just like a pack of cards. Come on, Vinci and Disciple. Don't give it away just like that. It's a 2v4. And not gonna be easy, let me tell you that. And UwU making a big one in Border.
Absolutely. The shots, more shots I should say, are fired, and there we go. Zelix will come around finding Disciple on the metal stairs. That is actually going to give us a second round here to the side of Team UwU. Once again, very much needed for them as they put themselves in an early round lead here. Of course, before round number 4, which means that we are going to get the final bans for this first half going right now, and we will see what both teams have decided to take away from each other. And it is going to be the Twitch and the Valkyrie. Makes perfect sense. Twitch has been a nuisance to Goya, has been a nuisance to the team in general, and that's exactly why she gets banned. Those Twitch drones, I'll tell you what, they are menace to society.
True.
But on the other side, you have Valkyrie with her I was gonna say evil eye. That's Maestro with her black eye cameras. Valkyrie, that is. Very good at intel gathering. Of course, whenever there's a Valkyrie in play, you pretty much are forced to pick an IQ just to counter that operator in that regard. So you wanna, just to open up operator synergies a little bit, you want to get rid of her, and that's exactly what happened there. So good stuff overall from both teams. It looks like they both are definitely firing on all cylinders. UwU a little bit more so than before, while on the other side, Won't Stop Peeking. Round number 1 certainly was a very close call, but they got to repeat some of that if they want
10
these
seconds
next
remaining.
rounds to go their way.
Yes, indeed, repeat performance is
5 seconds
definitely
remaining.
needed. And right now, the reinforcements that I see from UwU,
Attackers are
kind
heading
of like
out
a
to
repeat
defuse a
from the
bomb.
prior round, a similar one, most likely. So if WP, if Won't Stop Peeking, makes the better read out of it, they definitely have, can go for that advantage. But looking at the way the breach is about to happen, yes, a different approach compared to earlier. Oh no, it's gonna be a sneaky play. I don't think is ready, well prepared for the same. A quick flashbang can turn things around over here, and I feel as if the markers have been raised and the intel's been relayed. If that's the case, then UwU should definitely get a couple of frags, and there we go. Begins it with Cobra, who has been covering a lot of angles. Would it be Disciple that would go down next? So seems like the team slightly taking a bit of approach.
I forgot my mic was muted.
Welcome back.
Yes, I had muted it for a second ago just to drink some water, and then I forgot to unmute myself.
Happens.
Apologies, folks. But, point notwithstanding, Cobra going down is certainly not a good situation to be in for Won't Stop Peeking, because, again, flank watch, very important on border, because a lot of flanks, especially in the late round, they are very, very potent. And because you've lost that, that's not exactly going to be helping you. Drish, how do you get away with that? As he will get that kill, I am not sure what the Blitz decided to do there. Disciple pushing in solo. And Amaru, again, you are just feeding these kills right now by pushing this way. As you just give 2 easy kills, easy picks away to Zedux. It's all down to Vinci, who's now low on health as well. Just trying to do the best they can in this almost dire situation, as it is still a 1v4, 1v5 actually. Not impossible, but I think Vinci is going to choose to instead use this time to stay alive, and the longer they stay alive, the longer that allows team Won't Stop Peeking to just talk to each other, right? Figure out what happened. How did they end up feeding kills like that? How did they end up giving away so much when they really probably didn't even mean to, or didn't even try to? What happened? How can they fix it? And what is going to be their game plan for the rest of this first half?
Of course, indeed, and the checks are happening, try to find the corner, but I don't see the probability of Vinci being taken on, particularly the corner that he is holding. I don't see
15 seconds left.
anyone would check this particular corner, but if that does, that's where the map knowledge of UwU would be portrayed. Last 6 seconds, and it can be an exit frag. At the same point of time, got to see. Okay, another flawless coming in for the team, of course, indeed. And as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, this definitely gave a lot of time for Won't Stop Peeking to discuss, find out what went wrong. Also, remember with the Zedux replacing Beat, no offense to Beat, of course, indeed. Whenever we see a replacement, it's like a fresh energy walking into the team, and kind of like it's working. I believe so. So Zedux must be communicating and playing in a lot of things. Anything can be possible when you have an entry in the team that sort of like changes, or maybe
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
a little bit of corrections, so on and so forth. And we see that in the numbers, 3-1. So definitely UwU has to capitalize on the situation. If they back the map, we will definitely look forward for the decider.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if Team UwU ends up winning this particular map, that means map 3. That means more CJAX for those at home and for us here at the caster's desk. However, that's still a ways away, mind you. It's still 3-1, and Won't Stop Peeking. They're not quite out
10 seconds
of
left.
the running just yet. They've got time, they've got resources, they've got the manpower. I think it's just the vibe of UwU that has changed, right? They're being a lot more forward, a lot more aggressive, a lot more in your face, especially here on border, with Zedux kind of swapping in for this particular map. Now, as you said, of course, a swap in this kind of scenario can definitely feel like a fresh new kind of coat of paint, right? A fresh coat of paint coming in, giving you that enhancement or kind of that feel of like, hey, we can do this. We are refreshed. And that might just be what UwU desperately needed here. Interesting couple of runouts. Well, it's not really runouts, but interesting couple of wide peaks that we saw Drish partake in just a second ago. Fortunately for UwU, he's not going to get taken out for his trouble yet, as we have the Dokkaebi with those logic bombs just ready to go for a potential kill on this Fenrir right now. You got the drone that spotted out Dizzy's, he's been dancing around here on the door, so that's certainly got to be something to be careful of for Won't Stop Peeking. I think right now it's just a case of their pushes that they've done so far have really just been single-sided pushes, and they haven't really diversified where they're deciding to get in from. And the more they diversify, the more they take these single... Oh my goodness, was that a one-tap? Yes, it was. Dizzy starts things off with a massive kill right there, and that is going to be Desmond off the board.
Dizzy definitely has a very good angle, and Vinci can get into trouble. He's being flushed. He needs to check that. Two players right around for them, but Thresh is the one who falls on the other corner, entirely followed by Dizzy. Almost there, but he got bucket rifle. I completely missed on the mark. I thought it was Vinci who made a move, and he totally outflanked. Oh no, he's still there. Seems as if this position is not going to work for the player, and the upside down rappel. Got to see if the connection can be made. That's the second util in play. Look at the way. The position, man, and Cobra. Oh my goodness, man. Not this particular time. ZDX, what happened? Oh no. Troubles.
Oh dear me. Trouble in paradise, as they say. There we go. ZDX is going to go around, find Cobra, take him off the board. It's now down to the 2v4 here between Disciple and Vinci if they got to find these players. There we go. One will fall, but it's all down to Vinci now. The last one standing. He knows where one of them is, and that's going to, I think, be the smoke trying to peek out from that big wall of, armory. There we go. Shots fired onto Beat. Position given away. They know where this ace is. He's only got like 10 seconds. Peek out from the frost here. Trying to maybe catch him lacking. And he's going to do exactly that. ZDX with the final kill. Beautifully done so. And I gotta say, Team UwU looks like this new aggression that they are putting out here on border is certainly giving them a lot of life, a lot of presence. And Won't Stop Peeking find themselves in a similar situation to how they were just a moment ago.
Oh my goodness. Yes, indeed. A lot has changed. And now I can safely say that, map number 1 was completely like trial and error. Now that that's over. And we are into border. And this is definitely working for the team. 4-1. So if they bag the next 2, it's like one step close. But that's 3 rounds away. And Won't Stop Peeking. I'm sure they have a plan over here. And how exactly they are going to implement is a question at this hour.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm slightly surprised that, they're struggling a little bit. Particularly when there's like so many corners that you can attack with. And border enables you to do so. A lot of entry points. And UwU is like majorly covering almost all of it. But you can't cover everything. There would definitely be an opening that can be worked around with. And with ZDX in, it's definitely sort of covering angles, I would say, which is making Won't Stop Peeking a lot difficult for the play to happen. Having said all that, can we see a 2-4? Because in the prior 3 rounds, while the attempts were there, it sort of like did not work. I'm sort of expecting in round 6 for something to change. And would it be from Vinci and Desmond that can bring in or not? Got to see.
I think it also just comes down to the gunfights that they choose to go for, or maybe the gunfights they find themselves in. I've been seeing it for Won't Stop Peeking a lot here. Is moments like that. Baz, beautiful shot on the Buccinator, taking the Brava out, and that means whatever utilities were already hacked, that's all you have in your hand as the attackers Goyo Candace is going to get popped, and Legion Mine's going to get propped down onto the floor. Shots fired in East, and that's Desmond taking so much damage. Boogie Drone used for quick entry right now into Archives, but guess what? East is still being watched. Desi taking damage. He's going to fall. Zedux also on the floor now. And that is the Mozzie getting taken away. Beautiful stuff here from the top floor. You've got verticality being set up. This is so very important when it comes to border. Oh, he should see it. He should see it. Yes, he does. Vinci using the Boogie Drones shredding holes here. And that is going to be now one more off the board. That's the thing. That is the beautiful thing about border is its verticality. You take control of second floor, especially from the sites like Tellers and Bathroom, it becomes so very hard for the defenders to do much of anything. Now it's all down to Thresh, the last one standing, the Goyo, who's actually coming around to Fountain. He might even find one for his trouble, but his position has been given away. He's going to get one, but he's going to get peeked immediately by Desmond, who takes that final kill, happily so. And Won't Stop Peeking, they show that they are not out of the running, not by a long shot, as it is 4-2 in favor of UwU.
Oh, yes, indeed. And round 6 definitely brought it. As I was kind of like speculating in the back of my head and said, it's a possibility we can look forward for. And they backed it. Capcan, Blackbeard out. Let's see who's the next ones. And this can lay to the next victory, probably. Don't say it's Valkyrie. Don't say it's Valkyrie. Okay, thank goodness it's Melusi and Ace. Ace was needed because we have seen UwU making the best use of Ace so far. Alright, nevertheless, we have Maestro, Warden, Frost, and Blackjack. Whenever I see a Warden, I kind of like get, oh, no more excitement for me. Replaced by Smoke. Alright, let's see. I like Warden with the glasses and all, you know, kind of like makes things difficult for the opponents.
Oh yeah, no, I 100% agree on that front. Especially, I think keeping the Warden would have actually been a good idea, because you look at Daisy over there, who's got the Ying potentially in play right now, and that is something that you want to see as a Warden, right? Because you can counter that with your smart glasses. And despite the fact that, you know, that is still a very niche ability in the grand scheme of Rainbow Six Siege X, when you're able to pull it off, it is so very gratifying to just do the thing. It's like, what is it? Like, stop, hammer time, but it's like, stop, watch time. And you get the clear vision onto whether someone's planting or whether someone's pushing through flashbangs. That is something that Warden excels at. Unfortunately, no Warden this time around, despite the fact that we just glazed him to outer space here. We do, however, have an Azami who's managed to slip by the bans. That's because Capcan and Melusi were banned by Team UwU. Now, what that tells me is that Team UwU want to play a very fast and loose playstyle, right? And that's why you ban operators like Capcan and Melusi. They stop you from playing that way. However, if you take them out, guess what? That playstyle is pretty much unlocked, and the only one who can really stop you are operators like Legion and Frost, and Azami to a very, very tiny extent. So it's a good decision making here. Zedux will get the first kill too. Disciple will fall, and that's your smoke taken away very quickly.
Oh, that was supposed to happen the other way around, and in the last round, you saw as soon as Zedux fall, it kind of like fall down to a different effect. DZ on the floor, pin picked up. Okay, fantastic. Back to the 5-man. I got to see Disciple not there anymore, so it's camp time. I don't know. I'm not certain. But with Cobra on the other front, with that old weapon, the stun gun, that's kind of like deadly to work with. I don't know if we can capitalize on the scenario, particularly with the number of frags he had been expecting. Not going the way he thought so. Not sure. But Vinci and Desmond definitely can get couple of frags, has a very good angle. And they got to walk past a lot of defenses. Oh, the wire in place. Let's see.
Let us see, indeed, as you have the Claymores coming out as well to stop anybody getting the bright idea to drop down the hatch and go for a flank. Shots fired towards bathroom. They're trying to find these roamers, and oh dear me, Desmond, beautiful positioning, but Drish comes around, finds Vinci on the other side, maintaining the body count lead for Team UwU, which is good for them, not good for WSP. We still have, however, one thing that I would like to point out is the fact that UwU has spent a lot of time in this roam clear, but we have the Candelas coming in, and it's on Sandwich as well. That's such a hard spot to counter these Candelas from. The moment that call goes out, it is going to be a rush into the site, and it's going to be a deadly one as well. Candelas about to get popped. Here we go. They're being thrown in. There go the flashes of the light, and Desi is in here. And wait a minute, there's a defender in there. Baz finds one. Desmond to fall on the other side. There goes Buccaneer. It's all down to Cobra. The last one, never mind. He goes down to Desi. And that, folks, will be that top floor site of Armory being taken over entirely by Team UwU as they extend this now very good lead to 5-2 up.
And here comes Nomad with IQ and Zofia. So I'm expecting a 6-2 right here with this got to see. But we got Smoke on the other front, so of course, indeed. And if it is Vinci that's going to play with, I can for sure expect a 3-5 as well. His was been a bit off the mark. Dokebe is in. That kind of changes the equation a little bit. You know what, Blackjack, I'm kind of like surprised that Cobra is not getting the kills that he usually does, because I have seen him doing it. And on the other front, as soon as I see Vinci and Disciple falling down right along with Desmond, it's kind of like an entire fall of the team. But look how UwU has emerged with Zedix in. Of course, indeed, it brought in a lot of freshness into the team, and everyone is contributing. So definitely a lot of learning from the prior map, and border is working for them. So this could be the one where they can register a 1-1 and not like a 2-0.
It could be. It could very well be. Given that it is 5-2 in their favor, they're 2 rounds away from making it happen too. So right now, Won't Stop Peeking. The onus is on you guys. Will you give us a show, take us potentially to overtime, and then maybe even win out on a 2-0 scoreline? Or will you, let this map be closed out early and move us into map number 3? We will have to wait and see, as we are still in a tech pause, as we did see we had a disconnection there from the side of Won't Stop Peeking. And of course, for those who follow the scene long enough, you know that stuff like this tends to happen. It's Buckinator, from the looks of things, who has had to disconnect from the lobby for whatever reason. Maybe internet issues, maybe other things. However, the main thing that matters here and now is that we have to wait for him to get back and pick his operator. That, of course, is going to be plenty of time. There we go. Buckinator is back in, and the moment he loads in, we're going to be going right back in. So, before we do so, Team UwU, their coordination, stellar. Their overall playstyle has been fantastic to look at, and of course, all things considered, they have shown us a super performance so far in this map of Border. Won't Stop Peeking, on the other hand, they are now starting to suffer from a lot of the same problems that I pointed out for the other team, that is UwU, in the previous map. That is to say, I'm seeing a lack of flank watches, a lack of overall awareness as to who could be where, and their gunfights as well, they keep losing them, and that's not something you can afford in the situation you're in.
Of course, indeed, those needs to be corrected, and not this part of the game where you can test, try, or maybe, experiment a little bit. We are at 5-2, so a score where you have to just take it further. And I'm certain that UwU would gun it further, go for the 6th, most likely. At the same point of time, we have seen Won't Stop Peeking doing stuff that they have been so far. I'm just surprised to the fact that the numbers that we have seen in map number 1 kind of like not exactly going the way the expected. So Cobra has to buckle up, and on the other front, Vinci and the others, got to take care of it.
Absolutely. It's always a case of figuring out where things have gone wrong and figuring out the fix from there. We have the demos coming in this time from Team UwU. We've got the scan as well. That's on Cobra. And that's going to be position given away of the Kaid. Guess what? Disciple's going to be the first one to fall anyway. The Blitz pushing hard. He's going to get a massive first pick as the smoke is gone. No more, no more of the toxic babes in your back pocket. You have just lost access to all of them, and Blitz is going to get a free push into Workshop. Of course, he's got help, and that's going to be Zedux coming in to get one of his own. Can he get another? He's done damage to Cobra. He gets the kill onto Desmond, and it is looking worse and worse by the second. Cobra gets one, but he's flashed right now. C4 goes out, but he can't. Oh, he actually explodes it anyway. Does damage to Buckinator, which is a little unfortunate. However, they've managed to find those two operators and exactly at the right time. Drish, Baz, and Daisy are the only ones remaining. Of course, they can make this work. They have the man count advantage, but as the shots are fired, Cobra is put on the floor, and I'll tell you what, Won't Stop Peeking, certainly they might need to rethink a couple of their choices here. Never mind. Red Pink comes up, and Baz says, all right, I'm just going to shoot through the wall. That's exactly what he does. That's exactly how they win their 6th round. They are map point, 1 round away from taking us to map 3.
Match point is here, 6-2. So this is where Won't Stop Peeking has to either get back into action, or if they are just test running things for the decider, that would be a different ball game altogether. We have IQ, Demos, Twitch, Nomad, and Dokebi to take us further. So UwU is well prepared for the round for sure. They are the attackers. Won't Stop Peeking on the defensive front. Have to see how exactly the aggression would pave. Yes, a lot of defenses to work with, and UwU got to breach it further. So if Zedux stays in the game, and there are a couple of rounds where I've seen that, even if Zedux is forced down, still it did not make a lot of difference, because the others have buckled up to the situation, who have understood it's a high stakes game, and they made it happen. Be it DZ, be it Drish, look, with 9 kills, amazing numbers. Baza as well contributing 8, Zedux with 9 of course, DZ with 7. So it's over here, Daisy and Cobra on the other front, who are with 2 each. Now, want to see those moves from Vinci and Desmond along with Disciple, that they paved path in the first map, and then you saw how Buckinator kind of like contributed at those moments when it is absolutely needed. So I want to see that kind of play, and that's where you will see those 4 wins coming in, probably, possibly. Again, it's a teeny tiny possibility that we are speaking about, so got to see. And meanwhile, the sea completely derails that, but Dustman coming for the rescue. So it's a 4v4, ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
4v4 type situation right now, as we have a Buckinator on the floor, so is Drish. Now those are 2 big picks at the end of the day, because guess what? With the Twitch no longer in play, your utilities are very, very safe indeed, as it's all going to come down to that shock drone, and you can always shoot I should say, that second shock drone. Oh dear me, there we have a little accident. It's going to, of course, allow for the revive to come in. Daisy is going to be more than alive, and the Montaigne is going to be okay, despite the fear toxin that just clouded his vision. For now, looks like it's going to be a phantom push. A minute 30 on the clock. They've got time to pull this off, and time to pull it off comfortably at that. They want to get into Archive so badly, and on the other side you can see Team UwU. They are playing for the retake. As shots are fired outside of Archive's door. They know where this dock is. Technically speaking, they have him cornered, and they could aggress on him to really shut him down. Plans coming off. Plans coming off on the other side. Dizzy's getting 1. Wait a minute, Zedux with 2. Cobra did find Daisy on the other side, but no, it is going to be a post-plan situation, as we have ourselves Cobra and Disciple. They are fighting tooth and nail right now, despite the fact that these attackers, they're doing everything they can as well. Disciple and Cobra finding a couple, and the Doc will be able to heal himself back up. Baz on the floor. And that is once again a 2v4 Cobra and Disciple, beautifully done. And Won't Stop Peeking, they're not out of it yet as they make it 3-6.
You know what, Blackjack? Just before the round, I took the name of Cobra. I said that, he needs to contribute. Now, I'm not saying he heard it, but somewhere it felt as if, he heard the casters and said that, okay, casters, I am here and I'm here to contribute. And beautifully executed from the player, of course. So there comes a victory. So 3-6, I would say. I would definitely love to see a 4-6 on the board as well. So have to see if that can happen. Fender is out. UwU was capitalizing on it for a lot. So we have Lion, Nomad, Demos. On the other side, we have Frost, Aruni, and Kaid, along with Leshen. Interesting composition, of course, with Valkyrie and Aiko on the other side. So a lot of camps placement we taken care of, that black camp. Oh, I'm expecting a victory. The 4-6 on the board. So let's see if Won't Stop Peeking can get it done. 2 C4s to work with.
Attackers have
I
located
need
a
to
bomb.
see that explosion and the body flying off in the air.
Well, you might just be in luck with the 2 C4s in play from Buckinator and Cobra. That could actually end up happening. For now, of course, we'll just have to wait and see as we have a repick out of the IQ into the Buck for the attackers. Team UwU deciding, you know what, let's get some vertical utility here, folks. We are going to need it, especially given the fact that the site is on first floor, bathroom, and tellers. And there we have it. Action phase is now in the running. That clock is timing down. 3 entire minutes for these attackers to get in here and get things done. And that's exactly what they are going to be hoping to do. As we have ourselves a little bit of an early, more so slowish play from UwU compared to the last 3 rounds where they decided to aggress all on that one or two of the windows around the site. This time, not so much. Instead, the Ash is going to fall away from that part of the internet. Excuse me, that part of the CCTV. And for now, Dresh, just gotta be careful here. It's really moving into East Balcony. Zedux is going to get that first kill. Massive one of that. Desmond to fall. And that is going to get things started as the hunt for these roamers is in full swing. Zedux comes around, finds Buckinator at the right time too, as that is going to be a 2-for-1 deal.
Now down to the C4, and that's where it capitalizes. Cobra getting the best out of it. No more C4s to work with. Disciple and Vinci on the other front, checking the corners. Zedux can definitely get one more frag out of the situation. He's on a run, on the roll, and if that happens, takes down Disciple and Vinci. It's almost victory written for the team. Let's go, going for the diffuser, but meanwhile Zedux slightly in a troublesome matter. Seems as if got Cobra cornered out on the other front. Disciple took a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Drish is the one going for it, checking around the corners. It's a peek and they are cornering the players. Let's go. They know the site, it's been covered. Both angles checked, but meanwhile, the moves from the first floor. The second is already covered, and there we go. Oh my goodness, DZ almost down, but no, he got the best out of Disciple. It's all up to Vinci and Cobra to take care of the situation. DZ low on health. I don't think expect a lot of him. Zedux makes the best out of it. It is Cobra. All that's gonna go for the 3K. You've got to manage this. It's a round for WSP. Almost lays the damage. Cobra gets one. Goes for the second on the reload. Meanwhile, the diffuser, the post-plan situation is here. He has to move in. Low on health. Troublesome indeed it is.
Ooh, there we go. Final shot coming out from Thresh on the upside down rappel. Beautifully done to find that kill. And that, folks, is going to do it for map number 2 as Team UwU will walk away with a beautiful 7-3 victory for themselves. And I gotta say, Team UwU, where was this performance on the map of Skyscraper? Because that certainly would have made that map a whole lot more interesting. Regardless, it is a 7-3 to them, and we are indeed going to map number 3. Night Haven Labs will indeed be in play, folks. But for now, we just have to wait and watch and of course go over all these highlights, these beautiful shots, beautiful clips from the game. And I gotta say, the headshot game and overall accuracy for the side of Team UwU, it was certainly off the charts today.
Yes, that's where it made a big time difference, because a lot of connections and everything has been proper impact, where UwU capitalized a lot on the map as well. And you know what, Blackjack, I have seen a pattern over here. The first map was picked by UwU, they lost it. The second map was picked by tStopPeeking, and they lost it. So who picked the map kind of like lost. And losing on the home ground is kind of like a situation that kind of surprised me a bit, wherein we saw a lot of Rainbow Six Siege X action, quite a lot of entertaining. So look over here. This was the first peek through the highlights, but this is from the map. And on the second one, Asuna had the entire body with the FAMAS and that weapon. Beautiful weapon. Not easy to control, but if you can do, makes magic. And we saw that happening time and again on the play. 7-3, the first map going 7-2. So it's like a big time answer that's been given by UwU, saying that tStopPeeking, be ready for the decider map. And this in Night Haven's lab is going to be like quite exciting for me, for sure.
I mean, Nighthaven Labs at the same time, of course, a map that has gotten a little bit more recognition in the last couple of months of Rainbow Six Siege esports play, right? We've seen it, be used a little bit time and time again over the course of esports as it has developed ever since that map was introduced in year 9. So I definitely gotta say I've warmed up to it myself, and it has certainly grown on me quite a bit. But whether or not that is true for the players, we will have to wait and find out, as something tells me this final map of Nighthaven Labs might end up being the longest if both teams are indeed performing the way that they have been so far. Overall, beautiful play from both teams, and I gotta give credit where credit is due. Like I said before, it will be for the side of Team UwU, equalizing the scoreline and potentially even setting up that reverse sweep. Who knows, as they are 1-1. They were 0-1 just a moment ago, but they are 1-1 now. And of course, that means that, folks, this game is far from over. I certainly hope you've got your popcorn, your dinner, whatever plans you had today. Make them or break them, because once you start watching this stream of Rainbow Six Siege X, you're not going to be able to look away, that's for sure.
Of course, indeed, very well mentioned. So a lot of excitement, a lot of action, and the Six Seas has always brought that factor in. We are definitely enjoying, and I hope that the audience are also enjoying this action a lot more than us. So look forward for more, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first, I would say, 2 more on the board. I mean, not for today, but day after, tomorrow and day after for sure. And we'll be looking forward for the same. So here comes the match summary. The numbers themselves are speaking for the same. And DCC with 9-6, 15 for ZDX. Oh my goodness. So the moment is in, is that okay, let's go with a banger. And that's what the player has done for the team. Amazing contribution. And it completely derailed the plan, the strategy, and everything that's been brought in by tStopPeeking. Also, we have expected somewhere that a 1-1 is a possibility, and this situation has occurred.
Absolutely. Looking at the overall scorecards as well, you can see that tStopPeeking, well, they were actually forced to stop peeking. Most of their actually players ending at 5 kills and double-digit deaths, and Vinci being the only one at 4. Overall cost effectiveness not great, and of course each person shot, EPS that is, no longer looking that good either. But look at the side of Team UwU, barely any deaths to speak of for most of them. ZDX the only one getting up to 6, and even then that's less than almost all. Actually, it is less than all of WSP combined, so definitely switching in ZDX was the right move here. And I gotta say, once again, that switch out definitely gave them a lot of time to talk about what happened here, a lot of time to figure out what it is that they need to improve going into the final map, map number 3, Night Haven Labs. This decider map, I'll tell you what, Santa, it is going to be a absolute knuckle-dragging bar fight of a game.
Knuckle dragging bar fight, let it be, and we are here to watch it. I want that to happen. You know, one of my co-caster, he likes Chalet a lot, and I asked him, like, why do you like Chalet so much? So the simple answer is that, you know, it's a map where you see a lot of beauty, and the beauty is being, you know, completely destroyed by this operator. So I said that, how exactly is it going to excite you? And then the simple answer he gave, let it be Night Haven's lab, let it be the flight, or, you know, be it border. What it boils down is the gunfights that we are here for. And in that 3 minutes, particularly the last 90 seconds where you see that amazing action occurring throughout the map, let it be any of the corners, look forward for more. And Night Haven's lab, as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, I'm excited for it. So, you know, I'll contain that for a moment, but we'll talk about it when the map is on. And meanwhile, let's grab some coffee and popcorn and be ready for the same. We are going for a short break to refresh ourselves, so you guys be ready. Me, Santa, along with Blackjack, will be back very soon.
Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Hello. Okay. All right. I mean, I completely heard you. You talked about, and seems as if, even the lawnmower will be an operator in the game today. If that's the case, then it would be like really some different game that we would see. And yes, as rightly mentioned by Blackjack, that the game so far has been quite a bit of excitement. The first map going in the favor of Won't Stop Peeking with 7-2. And then UwU made a big time comeback in the map of Border with 7-3. And that was some map to watch for. Particularly when Zerix has joined the lineup, it kind of like completely changed the game, I would say. Like fresh energy walking in. A lot of strategies worked in their favor. A lot of gunfights worked in their favor. They checked the corners, they held the areas, and it totally went in their direction. Now, in the map of Night Havens, it can be a total different ballgame. Particularly, the playstyle of Won't Stop Peeking is totally in line with the map. Having said that, the way UwU has played so far, it gives me an indication that, they will definitely give a lot of tough competition.
Oh, absolutely they will. That's right. Now, of course, looking at the site selection from the side of Team UwU's defense here, they have, of course, decided to go for that second floor warehouse and IT room electrical play. And of course, no surprises right there, right? This is a site on Nighthaven Labs that is generally just pretty good to play on. Oh dear me, Buckinator is actually going to be the first one to fall. Dizzy taking a very good kill to start things off, and that, of course, means you've lost your Maverick, you've lost your Breacher, or one of the Breachers at the very least. Thermite and Ace have been banned on the other side, mind you, so it is definitely a very anti-breach playstyle that's coming out here from Team UwU, as they have, of course, access to Bandit as well, alongside Kaid, should they so wish it. And beautiful shot right there from Dizzy. The peak, the quick peak coming in. And that, of course, is why Bandit, being a 3-speed, is such a danger. Cobra, on the other side, finds one. That's going to be Drish off the board, but that's 2 for the price of 1. And Won't Stop Peeking once again. They started off on the back foot. And there we go. They'll lose another body for their trouble. Will it be another one? Yes, it will. Dizzy with one more, and it's all down to Vinci, the last one standing. The Hibana in this dire situation, caught in a 1v3. Where do you really go from here? Well, you go towards the hallway, towards meeting room here, I should say connector. And now that you're entering this cubby, this small room, you're going to get your head taken off. Baz with a beautiful shot. And that is going to be round number 1, going the way of Team UwU.
The trap was set, the fielding was there, and it's completely that Won't Stop Peeking just walked into the trap of UwU. And you saw how they executed it. The last play with the utility, explosion, fire, and then boom, shots connected. No chance for Vinci to take the shots. And particularly with the SMGs in the close quarters, it's a lot of firepower in such a small room. So that's something that Won't Stop Peeking definitely has to keep in mind on the second approach. It's round number 2. Being the attackers, they got to take control on the situation, because this is how they sort of lost on the prior map. Because the moment UwU picks up, it's kind of like their play.
All right, so
10 seconds
we have
left before insertion.
ourselves the basement site in play now from Team UwU.
5 seconds
And like
to
you
go.
said, Won't Stop Peeking, well, I mean, it was only round 1, right? If they
Yes.
end up losing round number 2, that's when the problem comes in. If they start hemorrhaging rounds, as they did on the map of Border. Both teams have played and won the picks of the enemy team. So right now, they're both pretty much looking at a neutral map. Neither of them really picked this. It is just the nature of the beast when it comes to how BO3 maps are selected, which is ban, 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 ban. Then you finally pick a map for yourself. Your enemy picks a map, you ban a couple more, and then you get the pick. Meanwhile, Disciple's going to start off with a beautiful first kill. That is DC off the board. Your visual is gone. And that is a big body indeed. But Zedux comes around. He's found Vinci on the stairs. You gotta be careful when making those moves there. And especially because you're Hibana, you've lost access to hatch breaches right now. Hibana, of course, known for how easily and how versatile she is when it comes to breaching hatches. She's known as pretty much the queen of hatches in most use cases. Desmond finding Baz on the other side. Now it's a 2-for-1 deal situation. But wait a minute. Go's position not given away. And Drish, he's got more bullets per second coming out of that gun, and he will use that to his advantage, equalizing the body count.
3-3 is the situation. Vector definitely laid a lot of play over there. Oh no, that was not supposed to happen, and Zedix gets the best. DZ on the other side, ready for Buckinator, we believe so. Zedix holding the front, and yes, going for the second. Thresh on the hunt as well. It's all up to Cobra and Buckinator to make things happen. So yes, if this round doesn't go into their name, it can definitely lead to a lot of trouble. Couple of utilities to work with, flashbangs in place, got to make the best use out of it. But seems as if they don't have any clue. But this, what, how and why? Not supposed to miss on those shots. That is trouble. But Buckinator doesn't leave any room. Xerix is low. And Drish on the other front has a very good angle over him. As soon as Buckinator walks in, it's like a straight off take on. But we saw what Buckinator has done. Here comes a quick peek. He doesn't know. Didn't check the corner, and Zedix capitalizes on everything, gets the best out of the Buckinator. Another round goes into the name of UwU.
I gotta say, getting a little bit too antsy right there, Team UwU. Well, not too antsy, but just a little bit of it was showing, right? They were face checking a few too many corners, ego peeking a few too many doors, and even then, they managed to not only maintain their body count advantage, they managed to maintain advantage over the round overall. So good stuff at the end of the day. I'm not going to give them too much grief for it. If they start losing rounds because of it, now that's when I'll have some choice words for them. Won't stop peeking on the other side. Well, I gotta say, the problems from Border are just kind of continuing. They're losing their gunfights, they're giving away positions, and they're not checking their corners, they're not checking their placements for drones, for bodies, especially, you know, for instance, say, the Dokkaebi that we saw coming up the, I believe it was Disciple playing the Dokkaebi who came up these front stairs here by reception where the Valkyrie Z-Dux was holding, right, the lobby stairs. And you just started, Disciple I should say, just started running up the stairs, all care abandoned, which is not how you should be playing that part of the map, especially given that Team UwU are showing you that they are very roam heavy, they are aggressive, they are face checking so many different angles at once, and you gotta play accordingly. You gotta check your angles and you gotta make sure that you know what you're getting into, and I'm just not seeing enough of that from Won't Stop Peeking right now.
Yes, that's a lot to work with, and somewhere down the line I feel as if Won't Stop Peeking has kind of lost their groove on the play or something. So it's not, whatever it is not working in the favor. Checking the corners, Baz has a very good angle. Now this is not the approach that WSP has to do, but if they move further, Buckinator would definitely pay for the same, and meanwhile Z-Dux getting dismount. And not another corner, and these SMGs are making big time difference against those rifles. Now Disciple is the one who could get 2 kills out here, and Disciple has been speaking. That's one going for the second.
Ooh, entry is caught right there. Daisy finds Disciple trying to get a quick movement in towards that top floor room. Instead, well, he's going to be finding himself 6 feet under, that is for sure. The thing is, right, losing Dokkaebi after the first Logic Bomb, still not the worst position to be in, right? Because the Logic Bomb has happened. Potentially, she's had time to go and get the cameras as well. My main problem here for Won't Stop Peeking's remaining round is that they lost RAM. And that, of course, means so much verticality no longer in your hands because you don't have access to those boogie drones. Now, of course, they seem to have brought a contingency, which is the breach charges of Cobra. And while that is all well and good, they are not exactly, you know, showstoppers. They're not going to give you the kind of lines of sight that, you know, Ram's boogie drone could have. That's why they're a backup plan at best, and usually not a plan that people tend to try to go for. So we have ourselves a situation where Won't Stop Peeking, they need to make do with makeshift utilities. Never mind Drish, it doesn't matter that you're peeking with a 50-round drum mag, he is just going to find the head regardless. He's taking a bit of damage right now, but of course he's dealt damage to Vinci, who's now the last one standing. It's a 1v4 right now. Flashbang on the top floor, he's just going to start running instead, and Drish will find him. Folks, Team UwU, they are looking stronger and stronger by the minute as they are 3-0 up.
So this definitely gives me a picture that, you know, map 1 was totally trial and error. They completely understood the play style, they laid the foundations, they took the time, and map 2, map 3, that's where they are unleashing the entire fury. Alright, so here we go. Maverick and Valkyrie not in the game, no cams. Dokkaebi in Fenrir along with Ash with that beautiful Santa cap, and Hibana walks in. On the other front, we have Ella for the play, alright, and we have Fenrir with that POC bear skin. Got to be beautiful indeed. So Z-Dux can get some big moves one more time, 3-0. I'm sort of expecting that 4-0 to happen as well, particularly with the way Won't Stop Peeking is playing at this point. Whereas on the other side, I still have a bit of hope, though it is like 3 points lead the other team got. But round 4 could be the round for Won't Stop Peeking, wherein they start picking up one round after the other. While it is difficult, I won't say it is impossible, and
10
it is
seconds left
time
before
that Won't Stop
insertion.
Peeking has to do it.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, no, absolutely. If there was ever a time to do the needful, to get the rounds, it is now. Won't Stop Peeking, they desperately need something to go their way. Now, with the inclusion of the fuse, I'm not sure what exactly it is that Buccaneer might be thinking. I mean, given the fact that Maverick has been banned, I actually do know what they're thinking. It's to get that breach done as fast as possible. Problem is, you've got a bandit to deal with. Oh, dear me. That is such a forward position. Drish really getting confident right now with their peaks, and I understand why. He's been so successful in the overall round so far. 3-1 in 3 rounds, so he's definitely getting an opening frag or even more, considering the position that he finds himself in 90% of the time. There you go. The moment I mentioned him getting opening frags, he gets one. That's Desmond off the board. Your Ash gone. So your Gunner and your R4C, well, they lie on the floor cold and abandoned. Baz with another one. Disciple to fall. This time no logic bombs were used, and despite the fact that Baz was aggressed upon just after, he's still alive. He's gonna get all the way back into sight.
Of course, Cobra on the play. Zedix took a lot of damage on that engagement, still managed to survive, I would say. Here comes the Shockers. Got to be prepared for the same. Pretty good defenses. And 3 against 5, not going to be easy at all. But you know what? I have hopes for Buccaneer and Vinci. They have done it earlier, wherein they, at this point, holding the corners is not the thing. You have to move in, make the best use out of the utilities. I know there is not a lot to work with. Still, those flashbangs can make a difference. And these two, the deadly duo, Walking and Cobra on the other side, creating an angle, I would say. I got to see. But look at the way UwU has held the fort, and Baz gets the best out of it. Immediately prones, avoids the further damage. The stray bullets, not to worry. And here comes Zedix with a banger. Vinci, the last one standing. Can you get an ace out of the play?
The last one in a 1v5, not a position you want to be in, that's for sure. But Vinci's going to find one regardless. Is Drish off the board, but the Frost is going to peek him from roughly the same angle right now, and he's going to get caught as well. Vinci with 2. Could he make it 3? Because Zedux right now is getting a little bit antsy as well for a couple of bullets potentially. All he needs to do is find him. All he needs to do is get this bandit out of here, and then suddenly it's a 1v2 and a very doable one at that. There you go. The down and the kill is in, but the problem is you've got someone on this window. He didn't see him. The Ella might actually go down if he's not careful. Never mind. Grishmot is here to daze him, stun him, and 7 seconds remain. He can't really do much right now. He's got to just go all in, and he's going to do exactly that, and he's going to get shot for his trouble. Baz comes around with the final kill, and that, of course, despite getting, I will say, admittedly, a little bit closer than maybe Team UwU would have wanted it to, right? Especially with the 3 kills for the Hibana at the end. It just wasn't to be. Team UwU now 4-0 up as we go to round 5.
Ooh, indeed, round 4, it felt as if, you know, a total dump of frustration. Kind of, I felt like the entire aggression was put into the play and went all in to back the round victory for the team. Quite unfortunately, it's 1 against 5, which was not doable at the same point of time. Getting 3 out of that situation was definitely a big one for sure. Had it been a little more support, that could have led to a different result altogether. Nevertheless, round number 5, let's see if this can turn things around for Won't Stop Peeking, and we are expecting that 1-4, at least that 1 round victory from quite some time. But the way the reinforcements are being done or the positions are being defended, it's definitely not making easy for Won't Stop Peeking. So round number 5, flashbangs, and on the other side you see how it's moving in. No C4s in this round. Nope. right in the beginning. Daisy took a peek and it's kind of like costing him a little bit. Vinci on the other side, quick one, both not contesting the same side and not over-peeking for sure. The Dizzy on the other ply.
Ooh.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what what they wanted to do right there, Dizzy. I like how the moment you mentioned like Daisy wasn't overpeaking, DZ decided, you know what? I'll show you what overpeaking looks like. That's a very unsafe window to jump out from. I will give him that. So he's definitely got nerves of titanium steel, but unfortunately they can only get you so far, right? 4-0 still to UwU, so they've got the room to make silly plays like that over and over if they want to. And especially given the fact that they still have most of their big gunners alive. Zedux is still active, Drish is still definitely more than happy to just hang around right now. His Disciple's taking some damage, so is Cobra. Where is that happening? It is happening on the hallway right outside of the A bomb site. Wait a minute, that's not great. You don't just ADS in front of a Maestro, especially one who has LMG ready to fire. That's going to be the Blitz taking out the board. Cobra as well. He's taking damage. He's low. He's the one with the diffuser as well. He's the one they want. As Desmond will get Daisy off the board. That's a good kill. The Maestro is now on the floor too, but wait a minute. Zedux, he's making a play potentially. He's got the down on Cobra. That's diffuser on the floor. And the kill is confirmed. They couldn't stop him. Baz is still bleeding out, mind you, but Drish is going to come around. He's going to find Desmond as well. He could find one more by the breach if he's just able to peek at the right time. You've got the, oh dear me, the Prisma giving away position, but Buccinator doesn't care. He's going to go around, get that kill. That's one more to him. Beautiful shot from Zedux. He manages to go for the revive as well. Baz will now fall, will actually rise, I should say, and it's all down to Vinci now in the 1v2. He's right by the box as position given away. Zedux now low on health, but he's approaching hard, and he's got the bailiff in hand as well. He comes in with pretty much the metal chair, and that, folks, is going to be Team UwU still, despite the fact that they lost an early body, despite the fact that they had a moment of, I would say almost panic. They stabilize the ship, they make it 5-0, and won't stop peaking. I gotta say, that hope that we had early on, it's certainly dwindling slowly but surely.
That's what's surprising me, that, you know, the first map, the team that played so aggressively and did not give any room, any chance for UwU to walk in at least, is a kind of like falling short on so many. And it's not just with the firepower or just the way they play. There are a couple of misses, I would say, or rather, you know, going in the favor of, going in the name of UwU, not in the favor, that's a correction, that would be like biased opinion. So UwU is giving a better performance, of course, indeed. So this is like a complete different team that we are watching.
5 seconds left.
And again, not to be biased for Zedux, but the moment he walked in, it's like the team completely changed. So probably the coordination, the communication, everything is working in. And on the other front, we saw tStopPeeking totally going off the mark. 5-0, a little late, and expecting a 5 victories one after the other, not gonna happen. And Drish is not gonna allow it to happen.
Big kill to start things off, but Zedux will fall on the other side. Desmond taking that one for himself. Happily so. Zedux, one of the forefront gunners of the side of UwU's defense right now, so of course, felling that tree is going to be good for them. DZ falls as well. Disciple getting one of their own. That's huge right now, but never mind. You missed the melee. You're caught in the recovery animation, and Drish comes around, gets that kill. Wait a second. Is this a Blackbeard just sitting inside the side? Yes, he is, but no! That is siege timing right there. He let go of that angle to peek a different one, and the moment he did, he gets caught. Desi swings wide on the reception door, and guess what, folks? UwU, they are riding this domination train all the way to the near finish. They are 6-0 up. That is series point going to them, and all they have to do is win one more while Won't Stop Peaking. Well, I gotta say, they're starting to feel like they want out of this pain train right now.
Possibly, that's what it seems like. Capcan and Ace out. Let's see who's the next two. Kind of like Melusi, maybe, I'm not certain though. And 6-0 straight up. And if it is 7-0, a score that I don't want to see. I at least want to see like, oh wow, I want to see like 7-1 or something. I don't know why I said Melusi. I kind of felt as if, the way Melusi has been utilized so far, it was something that needs to be worked with. And you know what, Blackjack, I wanted to see Warden in the earlier rounds, and in the final stages, we see Warden for the play. So UwU definitely gunning forward for the victory. And they have the setup in place.
That they absolutely do. That they absolutely do. The Warden in play from Desmond is going to allow for any kind of flash and dash style of gameplay to be countered pretty well, all things considered. And of course, you've got operators, I should say, to complement that style of gameplay, right? Vinci can hold them back with the Kiba barriers, kind of create space by throwing those kunais all over the place. You've got Frost and Legion, your typical trap operators for pretty much 8 years now when it comes to Rainbow Six. And finally, to kind of round it all out, you've got the Fenrir, who is a bit more recent, but is still a very valuable addition to this roster because, of course, of those FNAT mines that pretty much inject fear toxin deep into your lungs and your brain, and now you're afraid of where you need to go. You can't see more than a couple feet ahead of you. And that, of course, makes it so much more scary. I like that sometimes, we get operators like that as well, that lean into the horror of the game. Because at the end of the day, Siege isn't an outright horror game, but there are certain moments where it certainly feels like it, based on my own experience. As it stands right now, though, we have a little bit of a breach happening here. Baz coming in with the Thermite, who, of course, isn't banned, because the bans that we did have for the second half are Ace and Capcan, and, of course, Blitz and Melusi. So none of the breachers, well, one of the breachers, I should say, are banned. That would be the Ace. But that's fine. Thermite's available. You're going to go get him, and you're going to play your round out as we enter the minute 50 mark.
Minute 50 mark is where the action should begin. One Traveler, and on the other corner, checked it, fantastically executed, not at the cost of a loss. An equalizer in place, but Disciple solo, I don't think, can take a direct approach. But on the other front, Thresh goes down. Oh, with Zedux off, Baz and Daisy have to make it. Check around the corner. They didn't check their 6. So probably this could be a victory written for Won't Stop Picking, and this sort of moving, and but Daisy puts a stop for him. Low on health, 1v3. I don't see that happening. Wherein he can definitely pull off a kill, but Vinci says stop over there. So yes, the score that I didn't want to see is not going to happen. Not, of course, 7-0. So would it be like a 7-1 or would it be like a 7-2? Because we know for sure that UwU is going to definitely take the victory on the map. So there's a very slight bit of chance that Won't Stop Peeking can take it further. Alright, with Warden and Fenrir in play, right along with Kaid, Mastro and Azami. Pardon me, that's not Warden, that's Bandit that's gonna move in. So UwU ready for the same and Won't Stop Peeking. Let's gun for it.
Alright, 6-1, and Won't Stop Peeking. They've taken their first round. I just realized I've been saying a lot of all rights in the last few rounds right now. I gotta stop that. But, point notwithstanding, we have ourselves a very curious moment, right, in time. Because I've seen matches of Rainbow Six Siege and Rainbow Six Siege X that when they start off on an 0-6 in one side and then they go all the way to overtime, or they start out 1-5 and they go to overtime, it is just one of those things where you really want to avoid, as the team on the advantage, right? You don't want to end up getting pushed to overtime regardless. Even if you're like, say, 3-6 up, that's still something you don't want to go all the way to OT. That's just how it is. However, on the other side, you have yourself the team that wants that comeback, that's looking to make something big right now. As here we have the impies coming in from the Thatcher. That's going to allow for the breach to be done. Beautifully so. That's one side breach taken care of, but there's more, of course, and the Monty's already going to push in. All right, they want this. Ooh, they are pushing it hard on that entryway onto Animus, I believe. Yes, indeed. At least the Monty's in here being a bit of a nuisance. You've got the Thatcher behind him. They're going to push up pretty close to this door, and the moment that the Monty does, of course, that's a big target that is going to be used against him. Now, you gotta be careful of the evil eye, and that's exactly why. That thing is, once again, a nuisance. They might get shot out right there. Yes, it probably will be. We've got the other breach from Baz coming in, and that has blown open the site for the attackers.
A lot of possibilities. Buckinator with the LMG could be a devastating factor. He has the angle as well, and here comes a big one from Vinci. Cobra has been taken out as well. Slowly the hope is dwindling for Won't Stop Peeking. The last two about to go down. It's Vinci for the play. The post plant diffuser here. Vinci walks in, bars right over there. A lot of damage has been dished out. Trouble indeed. Vinci is still standing and has been taken down by Drish, and that's a victory for UwU, taking the map as well as moving further. That's a big victory for UwU. Now what happens with Won't Stop Peeking is that they have again contest from the lower brackets and pave their path towards the finals. Of course, a bigger team is also waiting on the other front, so have to see if that can occur or not. But 7-1, particularly after seeing the map on, particularly seeing after map 1 performance, I was not at all sure that UwU can pull out such a victory in map number 2 and map number 3. And ladies and gentlemen, what an opening! What an opening for these 3 days. Lot of fun, a lot of siege action, so look forward for a lot more. So yes, Blackjack, we saw something that we didn't expect would happen. Particularly I didn't expect that Won't Stop Peeking would go off like this. But then again, there's a different story being written, right? If you rise from lower brackets and then move to the finals, that's a different and fantastic story to be written for.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Lower bracket and going upwards from there, that is certainly the underdog story, so to speak. But, of course, nothing is guaranteed at the end of the day. So we'll be seeing Won't Stop Peeking tomorrow once again, folks. Don't you worry, they're not quite out yet. For those Won't Stop Peeking fans in the chat, they will be back tomorrow to face off in the lower brackets to try and get a revenge tour going when it comes to their overall play in place in this tournament. However, of course, they still have to win that lower bracket. On the other side, the side of Team UwU, guess what? They have put themselves into the grand finals. They are our first grand finalists for this particular tournament here at Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gamer featuring Mythpat. So beautifully done from both teams, and all things considered, credit where credit is due. Won't Stop Peeking definitely had a very good map 1. Unfortunately, they were completely unable to replicate that going into maps 2 and 3. Whether or not that comes down to luck, tiredness, or just overall timing, of course, that is left up to the interpretation of the viewer. But with that said, of course, we've only got a couple more things to go over, and then we'll be done here as well, folks. But I will say this much, mind you, it is one of those nights where, of course, our producers and our back-end, everybody on the back-end, admins, producers, observers, they have been working tirelessly. So give them a big shout-outs in the chat to let them know that they have our support as well. And on the other side, our players, well, let's have a look at the match summary and see exactly what they had for us so far in this particular game, folks, as we get into all the juicy little numbers and statistics that we, well, will reflect what they did in this particular matchup.
So Drishya with 10-4, amazing kill to death ratio maintained. Bars and Zedux 9-3, 9-4. DZ and Zoomies, they provided the contribution that was needed, 5-4 and 4-5. While on the other front, a lot of things kind of like did not work. So a 60, 60, 73 and 80% Vinci definitely gave the best he could. At the same point of time, when you're facing opponents like UwU who come prepared, okay, now I can very safely say that they did their homework against Won't Stop Peeking. That is the result of the numbers that you're seeing on the screen. So for any team, it's kind of like a learning opportunity, and it's a big time indication that you have to do your homework on your opponents. You need to know what's their play style. You need to know what maps they are strong at. You also need to know which player plays which operator in the best fashion. And accordingly, lay your countermeasures and take it further, and you'll see this kind of scored, my bad, 10-4, 9-3, 9-4. Amazing numbers, man. 87% really for two players. Totally derailing Won't Stop Peeking, I would say.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you there. All things considered, Drishya, Baz, Zedux just doing everything they can on that final map, right? Especially with Drish taking so many entry frags. Every single round, I feel like we saw Drish pop off with at least 1 kill, 2 kills, 1 kill, 2 kills. Getting that first body is always so important in CJX. And that is exactly why. You get that first body, no matter who it is, it puts fear into your opponents. It messes with their mental game, because now they've just lost potentially a key part of their gameplay, of their strategy. And unfortunately for them, it's so hard to recover after that because of the nature of the beast that is esports for Rainbow Six Siege X. So all things considered, I gotta say, the side of Team UwU, they have done their best job. Won't Stop Peeking on the other side, they need to work on their fundamentals, they need to work on their gameplay, and the moment they have, they can come back even stronger in the grand finals. But before that, they have one more match tomorrow night, folks, roughly around the same time, give or take, that they still need to win. They beat this team once before, I do believe. However, now they're gonna have to do it all over again, as it is the lower bracket finals tomorrow. So make sure you do tune in for that. And once again, I gotta say, big shout out to everybody in the back end for keeping the stream lively and alive. And of course, thank you, Santa, for joining me for our first cast together. Certainly it was quite fun. But before we end things off here and, get back to the ads of the beautiful Lenovo products that we have on display as well, any closing thoughts on the match that we had tonight?
We already spoken about it a lot. It's like knowing your opponents, knowing the map, and it all boiled down towards the numbers, the domination factor. So yes, tomorrow and day after, looking forward for a lot more of Siege X action. So be prepared for that. Look forward for more. We will talk about it when the matches happen. And yes, absolute pleasure with working with you, Blackjack. Learned a lot. Pleasure, I would say. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. But yeah, folks, with all that said, I do believe that should wrap everything I should say, up for this particular stream here. Unless I missed something, I'm just checking my notes. No, I don't believe I have. So, with that said, thank you everybody so much for joining us for this particular matchup between Team UwU and Won't Stop Peeking. And of course, we're going to be back once again tomorrow for Won't Stop Peeking's lower bracket final game. And we will see exactly how they fare and whether or not they're able to go for that revenge tour. But with that said, I've been your host, Blackjack. Joining me has been Santa and everybody in the back end here at the Lenovo and Intel Presents India's Top Gaming Fishing Mythpat for Rainbow Six Siege X. And we will be seeing you tomorrow. Stay tuned and good night.
Reach Reach your impossible with the AI-powered Legion Pro 7i, Lenovo Legion.
Bye.